Howdy do. It's Wednesday. I swear I thought it was Thursday. There's no way. Kaboom! All right. Okay. Let's go. How do you do? Howdy do. How's it going? Pinged on Discord. I did ping on Discord. I did it. Hold on. I gotta respond to a message. Why did it get so quiet? The music all of a sudden. The leveling is weird. How's everybody doing? Dude, I swear I thought it was Thursday. Recovering from a spinal surgery. Jeez. I hope that's going okay. How are you? I'm okay, man. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm alright. Luckily, the only thing I have to focus on for like the next few weeks is my own stuff. Fired from contract job? No, I just delivered the latest deliverable for that, so Yeah. Still May release? It's April 6th. What are you talking about? Golden? Yes. So I have to wait for all the localization stuff to get done now. I shipped that off. So that should be ongoing. And that might take like a week or two, like a week or so, maybe more. So it gives me time to just work on stuff. Yeah. And nonetheless, we got quite a bit of stuff to work on anyways. Yesterday, I started laying out some of the new enemies, the Sniper and Rocketeer, the Rocket Mans. I think there's also some additional music being worked on right now to fill in some of the levels. And then, of course, we have to do a playthrough of various stuff. Add Steam achievements based on difficulty. Example, complete all levels, chapters, arenas on legend difficulty. Right. Right. Yeah, we got a few like various random tasks all over. Hold on, I gotta check if there's one. That last eyebrow option, I'm gonna wait till the very end. Well, someone requested a goatee, so I'll probably put that a part of the last eyebrow option. Yeah, that'll probably be what we end up doing. Yep. That's it. But I placed the Sniper in a few levels. We can see, I think we can see how many levels we placed them in by checking the references. So we put them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We put them in 5 levels. 6. We put them in 6 levels. Can we get a Jack Sparrow beard? We don't have any like long beards. They're all like stubby facial hair options. Nothing like long. I'm pretty sure Jack Sparrow has kind of like a long beard. Doesn't he have a long beard? He does. No, he doesn't. Well, he kind of does. He's got the 2 things. He's got braids. Yeah. God, that's such an iconic look, man. Such an iconic look. You got a Ripper Junkie. Anyways. Yeah. We got, what is this? 6 levels where we have the Sniper. We could honestly probably introduce him in more levels. The Sydney series could have some cool spots for him. I think that there's some cool spots we could put him in. Like Flipside. We could definitely, instead of a Merc, replace this guy with a Sniper. A little bit of a Sniper there. We could probably put one up here too. On the second stage. Or maybe this guy. Or something. Finally fixed an annoying performance issue in my game where frames were dropping when the player shot too many projectiles. What'd you end up doing? What'd you end up doing? Should I put a rocket guy on this level? I feel like that'd be weird. A guy that shoots a rocket in this level might be a bit weird. Let's just do one Sniper. The Caribbean levels, I could see a guy with a rocket launcher, maybe a sniper. I ended up getting rid of casting on the shoot function and moved it to begin play. Interesting. There you go. And I'm guessing you're saving the cast as a variable or a reference. All right, put a rocket guy right here. Move him to the right sub level before I forget, though. Otherwise, we break the game. Imagine a AAA quality game following Assassin's Creed Black Flag roots and making a Pirates of the Caribbean game. Real ones remember the Pirates of the Caribbean MMO. You guys remember that one? When I was a kid, I remember that game, man. You guys know what was it called? I think it was literally called just Pirates of the Caribbean MMO or something. I don't? Oh, dude. This thing was old. This thing was like Pirates of the Caribbean Online. That's what it was. Pirates of the Caribbean Online. Oh, dude, I remember this shit, dude. This is what it looked like. Oh, man. Oh, dude. Memories. Memories. Yeah, everything was online back then. That's true. Yeah, dude. There was a whole Pirates of the Caribbean game. Now, I wonder how they would go about doing it in a modernized way. But honestly, they'd be competing with so many pirate games these days. And that being said, they technically did do a Pirates of the Caribbean game. In Sea of Thieves, they had a whole... Didn't they have a whole partnership with Pirates of the Caribbean? They had like Jack Sparrow and everything in it. That's probably as close as they'd get, because like if they tried to make their own standalone game, they'd just be competing with Sea of Thieves and Sea of Thieves, honestly, for the most part. So yeah, hold on, let me get some water. I'll be right back. All right. Well, let's be honest. The best Pirates game... When I was a kid, I played... Admittedly, I played Roblox back when it was like, I think in the first or second year of it releasing. There was a team versus team ship battle game that honestly, as a kid, I loved that game. That mode, or that map, I guess, whatever the hell you would call it. You would have two teams, two boats, sailing in like an arena style kind of thing with like rocks and all this stuff. One person would sail the boat, and then like you could shoot cannonballs at each other and it would break pieces of the boats, and then you had to repair it and shit. As a kid, I loved that, dude. I know there's some like modernized versions of essentially that, but I don't know. The Roblox one hit different. Not like Sea of Thieves, because Sea of Thieves, when you break apart a boat, you're just like placing holes into the boat. In this case, the game was like quite literally breaking apart the boat. Like there was pieces breaking apart, because it was all like little blocks and shit, right? So it would just break apart the blocks, and there was something more fun about seeing the actual destruction of the boats, and then trying to hit like the weak points and whatnot. There was something fun behind that. I don't know, dude. Kids these days are fucking lucky, man. They are privileged as hell. They got all this like crazy game shit these days. all the recent attempts have been pretty lackluster. ArcAge did it pretty damn good. I remember when I think I was ArcAge. I think I started playing ArcAge when it came out. It just didn't grasp me. Similar to how, well, there was, shit, I forgot what it was called, man. What was the other game called? Not Lost Ark. New World. New World sucked me in for a little bit when it released. It was fun. I like bought the DLC recently. And what? There's another fucking season now? Jeez. And yeah, the Aeternum, it just didn't really, yeah, you know, I just didn't really like, I don't know, it just didn't really suck me in again. There was something fun about when the game just first released and like taking out motherfuckers with a musket. Yeah, ArcAge is old. ArcAge has been around like for a while now, hasn't it? I remember when it released. Yeah. So lucky living in poverty. All right, that part not so much, but I mean like lucky as in like in terms of video games. Like the amount of free games is kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Like there's so much accessibility to free games. What did we have back then that was free? There was RuneScape, Roblox, I guess. What was some free games I could think of off the top of my head from back then? Warframe? Warframe wasn't out when I was younger. Back when? 2009? I'd say like around 2007. Oh, there was Club Penguin, but it's like, dude, Club Penguin is more... Okay, the funny thing about this is Club Penguin is more of like a social kind of space for the most part. The mini games were like whatever. RuneScape also felt like that back in the day. Now it's more of like a game. You're like leveling up and fucking clicking on the same shit over and over again. But yeah, Wizard 101. That's true. I never played that. There was Neopets. I remember Neopets. All games equals you're clicking on the same shit over and over again. I'm telling you, man, they improved this. They proved this. It could have just stopped at RuneScape. Maple Story back then was a banger. Anything on Miniclip, I guess. I remember I used to play RuneScape on Miniclip. I don't know why I would go to Miniclip when I could have just gone on the main website. I just didn't know that was a thing. I went to Miniclip instead. Played in the browser. Because that's what you used to do. Simpler times, man. Simpler times. I'm trying to think, what are some other free games back then that were like popular? Like nowadays you got fucking... Free games are just a normal thing nowadays. It's just, yeah... Happens every other day. You know, you got Marvel Rivals, Fortnite, COD Warzone is free. It's insane. The accessibility of free games is absolutely crazy. Anyways, where the hell am I? Where the fuck I am? Rocket League? Is Rocket League free to play now? Ain't no way. Used to play the betas of everything for free back in the 90s, then moved on to the next beta. I still remember the experience of playing the Battlefield 3 beta. Man. Battlefield 3 beta, dude. That was a game of the ages. That was a game of the ages. If the game is free, it's most likely that you are the product. Yeah, like, okay, we can get into the like the nitty gritty of it, but let's be real. Like, it's still, as a kid, you still get access to like incredible games on your PS5 that your parents bought for like $700 or whatever. But still, it's not free anymore, but it was given for free. Ah, okay. I've played every Battlefield, still do. I have been looking at some of the leaks for Battlefield 6. It looks pretty good. It looks like it might suck me back in. 2042, I didn't really care for it at all. I played a bit of the beta for either Battlefield 1 or Battlefield 5. I don't remember which one it was. That was fun. And I keep watching gameplay of Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5. I'm like, damn. They did good on this shit. They got like so much flack for no reason for Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5. Battlefield 4 was a really good. I think Battlefield 4 was just like, hey, let's just take Battlefield 3 and just kind of, it feel like, you know what I would say it is? It's like a remaster of Battlefield 3, more modernized Battlefield 3. And I did really enjoy Battlefield 4 as well. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of having lots of free-to-play games. It's hard to compete. I think the thing you have to look at is free-to-play games a lot of the times deliver on a different kind of, they deliver a different kind of experience for players. Whereas games that you release or that I release is also delivering a different experience. It's not really the same thing. Like, of course, you're always going to be competing with people's time. Like, that's going to be a big thing, is like, you know, but I wouldn't look at it too much, right? I still remember when Bad Company 2 came out. Man, the trailers for that game were just like on a different level back then. That was like on a whole different level back then as well. I wish they would bring back the animation style that Bad Company 2 had, because there was something interesting about like kind of like that wavy movement. It was a lot of movement, might have caused some nauseation, I guess, or whatever, but there was so much, I don't know, to me it felt like there was so much character behind it. Am I like nitpicking? I am kind of nitpicking. Is it possible to see what's happening on this ship? Yeah, we could see what's happening on the ship. Let me see if the sniper works, actually. I didn't care for the lower player counts of Bad Company 2. 120, 2042 feels too low now. I don't really care for player count too much. Like, I've played games that have higher player counts, and I actually find myself just getting more frustrated than anything. I forgot to dodge. BattleBit 256 is chaos. Yeah, like, I actually prefer the lower player counts of BattleBit, to be honest, because I feel like it's just constant shooting at some point, and it's just, you can't really do anything tactically, because if you try to be too slow, there is 100% going to be a chance of some guy behind you just gonna shoot you in the face. And I would say I was on like the average to above average player of BattleBit. You know what I mean? Okay, maybe we buff the rocket guy a little bit. feel like that ship sailed after Battlefield Bad Company 2. Tactics? I'd say tactics are still in those style of games. Maybe not 256 players and whatnot, but I think they're there. They're just at a different scale, I would say. I don't know about you. This doesn't feel like an A. It feels like a little bit like a B. Does this feel like a B to you guys? Or I guess the S's are carrying this to an A. This kind of feels like a B. Been under a rock for a while, I guess. Looks interesting. Bit simplistic art style. Looks cool nonetheless. The gameplay was fun. The devs are just working on it very silently, and they haven't updated it in a while, which is why you probably see like mixed reviews on Steam currently. I know one of their UI designers joins the stream from time to time. I forgot their name. But the gameplay was fun. I think right now it is completely overfilled by extremely sweaty players. Like extremely sweaty players. S plus C equals B, except S plus C plus S plus C equals BB plus A equals BB, B plus plus equals A. What the fuck is he even saying? What the hell is he even spitting? What's he spitting? It's still very much like a John Wick inspired action, just any action movie inspired kind of game. The score should have been lower. I feel like it should have been a B, but it is basically just averaging the value. Oh. Sweaty players, like people that are just like on 24/7. That are like jumping around and doing the craziest shit. Like, I feel like I'm too old for that now. Like, that used to be me. Don't get me wrong. I used to be that kid in Modern Warfare 2 being absolutely sweaty on PS3 with a silenced UMP. Going around killing everything. S plus C feels like B plus, 2B plus A equals A. Yeah, I guess it would be an A minus, but we don't have A minuses. We just got A. I feel like now I've improved the AI enough that it's become kind of challenging. I think we've all been sweaty with at least one game at one point. No, I used to do it as well. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I used to play games like that a lot. I still try to sometimes. Man, my hands don't do the same things they used to back then. They don't function the same way as I don't know how to say it. Whatever. Listen, let's not talk about it, okay? Kids are too good now? I feel like they're better. Like, something happened. They're better than, like, how we used to play games back then. Like, the skill ceiling has just changed. Also, here's a funny thing. If nobody follows on Twitter, I did, like, the most vague thing talking about John Nanite, and so many people got confused. I love that, dude. They got so confused by John Nanite. They're like, what is John Nanite? Who is John Nanite? Someone asked Grok, which Grok admittedly kind of gave a pretty good answer for what it was. Oh, man. John Nanite. John Nanite. All our knowledge has been distilled for them. Still have my moments. Play 2042 a lot lately. Yeah, I think I'll probably end up buying. If BF6 is stable, I'll definitely be picking it up because it does look like up my alley kind of shooter. So that'll probably be my next Battlefield game. I've been kind of wanting a shooter like that. Did you see John Black Ops? Who is John Black Ops? Who the hell is John Black Ops? John Blops? I guess after a long day trying to learn mass bullshit, feeling pretty aggressive. You gotta let it out. Gotta let it out. Still bug fixing? Yeah, bug fixing and kind of just adding new enemy types to levels and doing some fun stuff. I think the Rocketeer, might be a bit shit. He's a bit shit. I will say he's a bit of shit. Because he just shoots at us directly rather than, you know, at the floor. You know what I mean? He kind of shoots directly at us. So what I'd like to do is make him kind of shoot at the ground. So we do a fine look at rotation of our player character. Let's go ahead and minus some units downwards. So let's do like 50, minus 50 units. See how that works. He still moves around when crouched, but whatever. And he does that. Okay, that wasn't low enough. That wasn't low enough. We need a little bit lower. It was good, but not good enough. There's 6 Black Ops? Yeah, there's 6 Black Ops. I think that's okay. He still kind of shoots. Oh, that's because he was shooting it from the muzzle and he's doing weird stuff. Let's do 80. Maybe change the cone half angle stuff. Maybe we need to aim directly at the player's feet. So instead of minus 80, let's just do minus 90. That is directly under our feet. Yeah, that should be all right. As long as he plays the right animation. So that means you have to dodge the attack. Let's see what it looks like in top-down. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that works a lot better. It's not as useless. Your faith. It's been so long since I've been heavily interested in a shooter. I'm just waiting for the one that does everything I want. What kind of shooter do you want though? Because there's different types, right? You got competitive tactical, which are kind of like Counter-Strike, Rainbow Six Siege style games. You got games that are hardcore sim, kind of like Squad, Arma. You got what would Battlefield be under? Battlefield, I would say, is similar to Call of Duty. I would call those like fast-paced, arcadey style games, arcadey shooters. Something arcadey like the old CODs. Honestly, man, that was Modern Warfare 2019 for me. That was that callback for me. Now, I don't think anybody's playing. I would imagine nobody's playing that anymore. I'd actually be curious if anybody's still playing Modern Warfare 1, but I bet you it's probably swamped by a bunch of cheaters. Yeah. I gotta say, in terms of that realm of arcadey kind of style shooters, there's a game that is coming that's kind of like cyberpunky. That I think is super sick. I think someone gave me a key and I haven't redeemed it yet. What's it called? It's kind of like a multiplayer server. You can do your own server. It's in development right now, made mostly by one single developer. Someone knows what I'm talking about. Hold on. Someone sent me a link, like a key for it. Oh, Out of Action. Yeah, Out of Action. Out of Action feels a little bit like OG kind of style COD. A little bit. I hope this game does well, though, man. I hope this game does well. In the current world that we live in, I don't know if these style of games that kind of go back to that classic anybody can host a server kind of vibe. I don't know if that's still like a thing people are into. I tried the demo, couldn't get into the controls. Even after like trying to change some of the controls, is it that complicated? Our creators are shutting mouths about Unreal Engine being bad for optimized games. I think anybody who is saying that stuff, I think was just either a child or someone who just does not know what the subject is, and they're just kind of parroting. They're parroting, not parodying, parroting as in like a parrot. They're parroting what their YouTubers say or some stupid shit, and that's honestly that's humanity. Humans. You know, Moon. Arc Raiders was great. That was a really fun. Even though I only got like 2 or 3 hours in there, very fun. I also hate how most shooters have kernel level anti-cheat, which I'm not a fan of. So a lot of games I would like, I just don't play because of that. Yeah, I don't know what games would... I think as time goes on, the likelihood that multiplayer games have competitive integrity and continue to just keeps getting much lower because cheating now is like such a huge business that those types of games are just screwed. I think anti-cheat in general, kernel or not, is just it's fucked. That's why I probably will never develop a game that's like PvP. It's just not worth it. Not worth the headache. I want a traditional shooter, none of the hero ability bullshit, no stupid future shit. Bit slower pace as well. I feel like Battlefield 6... Battlefield 6 is kind of within that realm. They go back to more contemporary, a little bit older tech stuff, it seems. I definitely do like that vibe a lot more, personally, as well. Tim Sweeney's interview with Lex Friedman did seem to have him believing that UE6 needed to focus hardcore on performance. Yeah, we'll see. Apparently, UE5 to UE 5.5 versus UE 5.6. UE 5.6 is doing some big stuff to improve performance, which is great. Apparently, it improves quite a bit of performance in some scenes, so that's good. And that's just the preview, so it'd be interesting to see what the actual release branch is going to look like. Verse, yeah, I think Verse is a waste of time. I think it's cool to see what they're doing with the whole scene graph thing. I'm curious to see what they do with that, because that's like going to change up the whole, I guess, workflow of the engine. I don't know how I would feel about it. I got really used to the whole actor component kind of structure and all that kind of stuff. So it's interesting what kind of difference that's going to make from a workflow standpoint. We'll see how much they change, man. We'll see how much they change. I don't understand why people buy cheats. Because they suck as a player. So they use cheats to get the upper edge in a game. Makes them feel better. And also, there's been stories where like cheaters like to ruin other people's day. Like there's genuine stories where they just like, they find enjoyment in ruining other people's day of playing a game. In some games, them cheating allows them to rank up more, and then they can sell those accounts. There are people that do that. They will cheat, get to a high level, and then sell the account. So that's a thing that does occur quite a bit. Yeah. Actually, speaking of multiplayer, there was somebody that asked a question earlier. Hold on, I completely ignored it. Wondering if you're adding multiplayer to this at some point. It would be one of those games where playing with friends would be super fun. I think my next game, I'll probably add multiplayer. I don't know if I'll add multiplayer to this game. I'm at a point now where it's like the code base is kind of old and shit. I'd rather just move on from it and go to the next game. I would like to make the next game multiplayer. We'll see what I end up doing there. When he drops the rocket launcher, it gives no ammo. There we go. Cool. It's either one of two things. The next game is going to be single player, but a big focus on C++ and various other things and trying to increase my skill level there. Or I do C++ with multiplayer, but I do think it would be a good idea for me to separate the two. Focus on learning one skill first and hopefully release that whatever next game in hopefully 6 to 9 months, whatever I end up doing. Or I work on 2 games, one that's short to medium term, and the other one's more long term. Which I think ideally it would be cool to get started on the framework of working on the zombie roguelite. Because I do think a multiplayer... It's essentially just... with a lot more items and more roguelite elements, it's essentially just a multiplayer... What's the roguelite mode in Last of Us? It essentially is just that, though. That's kind of the picture for that. But like a party game? No, I don't know if I would do a party game. I don't know if that would sell. When I think of releasing a game, I do think about how much am I going to enjoy working on this? How much challenge does it expose? But also at the same time, is it a plausible game for me to, you know, make some income from and whatnot? It's very time consuming at a minimum 3x longer to make a multiplayer version of the same thing. I think it's one of those things similar to how just anything I learned with programming. I think once you get the hang of it and you understand the ins and outs of it, and I've been learning a lot more by reading a lot more documentation, getting understanding of how multiplayer functions and whatnot. I think once you get into it, I think it becomes faster. Obviously, there's a lot more work involved because you're not just handling the client within a LAN specific scenario. You're also handling, you know, what the client sees on another client, what the client sees on a server basis, what the server sees, you know what I mean? So it does add layers to it, but I think as time goes on, it'll probably become second nature, especially as I build more of a code base behind it. It would be nice to learn gameplay ability system because I do think that would assist within that realm of multiplayer, but I gotta get into Gaz, man. Gaz just looks so complicated. I've been reading like a GitHub page that shows new information that's like made by an Epic employee now, but it's like, dude. No return. Yeah, that's what it's called. No return. Essentially, my imaging is I want to create a framework for the potential big zombie extraction game. Extraction-esque. And I want to use that as like a good basis, but I do think a no return but co-op could be like a really good like sell, and also sounds like a really fun project to work on as well. So yeah, they're gonna be writing 3x more functions at a minimum because the replication calls a callback, but so much fun. I love it. Yeah, no, I think it's I think the thing that I do like about the idea of working on multiplayer, now that I've kind of figured out single player gameplay functionality, and I'm not starting with multiplayer first, now I can move on to the next challenge, which is kind of coming up with the problem solving aspect of multiplayer and whatnot, and probably getting frustrated with it just as I would with anything, but you know, that's all part of learning and whatnot. Make a co-op extraction game that didn't rely on dedicated servers. I think that would sell well. I think that would sell pretty well too. Now I know a lot of people are like extraction, but I think I would kind of, I don't know. I think I can make it feel like the Division Dark Zone and do extractions in that way, but like you're extracting yourself, I guess. I guess I could see it that way. I learned a bit of guys. I feel like it's overcomplicated to do the initial setup. I think the initial setup is not a problem for me because it's mostly just following a guide and kind of just, you know, doing it from there. It's just a bunch of boilerplate and whatnot. I think for me is figuring out how to do sending information. Like if I'm doing like a directional event, like how do I send the payload and all that shit. That stuff, like I was like, this is like so much just to send a little bit of information, albeit I probably was doing it incorrectly. It sounds complicated. Kind of sounds like Warframe to be honest, but before they added the open world areas. I haven't played Warframe in such a long time, man. All right, let's get to work. I haven't been doing like anything. We placed the sniper in a few levels. We placed the rocketeer in a few levels. Let's see, how many levels did we actually add him to? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 levels. We could probably do more. I could see a few more of these levels having rocket mans. Also, sniper enemy. I was planning on adding him to a few of the Tokyo levels, actually. I think that could be pretty sick. Checkpoint 2. Oh, he's a part of the engagement manager. That's okay, no problem. I actually have not play tested any levels with the sniper yet, so it is going to be interesting when I can get that going. Gas itself is unnecessarily complicated, in my opinion, from the opinion of other engineers that I work with. It is complicated, but I think it has a lot of great functionality for prediction and multiplayer and stuff like that. I think as a developer, I would probably end up just making the same things, probably worse, less optimized. I would at least understand the tools and the functionality, but I would have to go out of my way to recreate what would essentially be there. I think it's just the UX of using gas is kind of just a piece of shit. But I think it is a very powerful tool. It's just getting to that point of knowing what you're doing is definitely like the biggest hurdle, which admittedly is a lot of things that you learn in game development, right? So I feel like learning it is pretty good because it's been battle tested and it's clearly used in quite a few facets, but yeah. 4-player co-op instance content with progression outside of mission. Yeah, so like how I'm thinking of the zombie game ultimately, like when I finish past the roguelite and go into like this big open world stalker-esque kind of world, is I'd love to have like 2 ways of playing the game, or two sections, right? You have your home base, which is kind of like you build your own home base, you build sections of it that hopefully improve your ability to go out into the quarantine zone, and because the game's going to be called Crimson Quarantine Zone or whatever the fuck I end up calling it. You have this area where it's almost Terraria-esque, where you're like gathering survivors that have different professions and they provide you different things, and then they start providing you quests and shit like that. I think that's kind of how I would picture it. And then you could build your own like little engineering areas and stuff like that. That's, I think, would be super sick. And then you have like, you start getting electricity in your little own zone. And then you have the actual probably sub-levels, little level or areas that you can go into that might have different missions or different types of items. Maybe there's like some more industrial stuff. And this is like the actual like danger zone that you go into where you start encountering zombies. I think what would be cool is at a certain point, this starts having combat sequences. Like you start getting enemies or zombies raiding your base as you start forming more like tech. Because then you're forming more noise and stuff like that. There's more survivors. I think that would be kind of cool. Obviously, this is going very scope creep zone, but ideally having just this idea where you go out into the zone, you bring shit back to your home base, you work on the home base, then you go back in the quarantine. I don't know, do fucking missions, stuff like that. That'd be a really cool way of going about it. And then I think ideally I would like to make the looting and the combat the most fun part about it, right? Making the combat fun, I think would be cool. Like if I can learn how to do it, it would be cool to have like zombies that like if they start crawling, they like grab your leg. You know what I mean? Or they grab your leg and you can like freely move around. You just get really slowed down and you have to like look down, shoot them, or like slam their fucking brains in with like some sort of like melee weapon or something. You know what I mean? I think that'd be really cool. Starting to do things like that would be sick. I would love to do stuff like that. And I'm probably going to go more Half-Life-esque. At first I was going to be like, let's try to keep it as grounded as possible. Kind of like Last of Us. But then I was like, I think it'd be cool to have some head crabs or something, you know? Little things fucking crawling around and jumping at you and stuff. I feel like that could be, I don't know, it adds like a different element to the game. I would love to do little things like that, I feel like. You definitely benefit from it. I also have to learn it more, but currently I'm focusing on... I think the thing is, though, I agree, though. Gaz is definitely, like, extremely complicated. It's just, it tries to cover so many different bases that in doing so, the first encounter of it is such a like a complex subject. Anyways, hold on, we're building lighting, so that you know what that means. Have you considered going back to Ronin, decreasing its scope and whatnot to make it cool? We've talked about it on the stream in the past, definitely. I've thought of like ways that I could decrease it. Like one of the things we would do, I think, is do more arena-based stuff. So instead of a big open world city that you like do contracts in, instead it would be like smaller roguelite-esque zones, which like the thing with that is it's not as enticing, but obviously it's more approachable and doable. I would love to make Ronin multiplayer. It's just I don't know if I could I don't know if I could handle that next. Yeah, there are cloth physics to the coat. It surprisingly in that video it actually worked pretty well ish. So yeah, for that clothing option, it does seem to work pretty well. Yeah, I don't know. I think Ronin could be cool. Honestly, I would probably approach Ronin a lot closer to what it was inspired by, which was Mandalorian. So I'd probably really go in a direction of like, I would love to do something more like Underworld Coruscant kind of vibe, and then go with like that kind of vibe for the characters and whatnot, and really leaning into that kind of direction. But I don't know, man. Ronin does seem like a very big project still. Everything I work on are big projects anyways. Big, enormous, juicy, girthy projects. Yeah. Yeah, I think back then when I was working on Ronin, I was kind of like all over the place. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with it. Like at one point I was like, let's do kind of Doom style combat system where you're like switching between weapons often and whatnot. And like now, I actually don't know what I would do with the combat now if I were to work on Ronin. I have no clue what I would do, to be honest. I think I would like to do things in Ronin that I wasn't able to do with this game. I think I would love to do that. I think that would be cool. Where we have a lot more ragdoll physics-based stuff. I think that would be fun. I don't know how that would work in multiplayer, but it would be really fun to be able to like, you shoot a guy's leg and he's like, his leg is like limp. Similar to what I would probably do to the zombie game. So going in that realm, I think would be really cool. And really leaning into that. But we'll see what I end up doing. I have no clue. Full on Prismatica. Yep, simulate the whole game. Simulate the world, the game, the player, the character. Gotta finish this game? Yeah, I know. We're working on it. Working on it. We're almost there, I think. I want to put a sniper in the other Tokyo level as well, because I think that would be very fitting. Honestly, though, I'm of the opinion that any game... Here's my opinion. I think any game that you work on, especially if it's a commercial game, it will always feel like it's got a medium to high scope. I don't think there's such thing as like a light scope game, because there's just so many like facets to a game, unless you just make it so you literally just load it up and kablamo, you're right in the game. No main menu, no settings menu, no UX, no localization, none of that. Like, you know what I mean? Just raw dog the fucking video game. I feel like it's always, there's always an extended amount of scope, no matter what. Scope is relative to how long you plan on working on it. Right. It's all dependent on the amount of time that you allocate for it, how much time you work on it. You know what I mean? Like, for sure. But there's just, yeah, expectations pretty high to the point where it's like, if you want any game to really sell, you got to have like an abundance of features and content for it to even be sellable, commercialable. Like, maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I just have my view on the on games and the market these days are maybe over the top, I suppose. Maybe I'm like reading too much Reddit or something, but I don't know. That's how it feels. It's like the most basic of game, just for it to like get out there. Like, I would argue Lethal Company has depth to it, right? Someone would be like, oh, it's a really basic game. It's basic on paper, but in reality, the actual like amount of work put into it, I could see that definitely being like a year and a half, you know what I mean? Or a year. I think, yeah. It was a game that was like worked on for 8 months. I remember the dev said like they worked on it for like 6 to 8 months. Web phishing. That I would say is, I guess, relatively low scope, I guess. You have to have a really novel new idea. You have to have a novel idea that works. A lot of novel ideas these days, when you look at some games, are like kind of just shit. They're like novel just to be novel. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I think really good games are games that use pre-existing features in a way that's just a little different to kind of bring a fresh take on it. You know what I mean? I think that's, in my opinion, better than just trying to be novel just for the sake of being novel. You know what I mean? Because I feel like being novel is like a huge hit or miss. Clipped and uploaded as a YouTube short, millions of views. Yep, that's me. I love simulation. Huge fan of games like Oxygen Not Included and Kerbal Space Program. I like sandbox games a lot. I don't know if it's necessarily simulation games, but I like all types of games, honestly. I'm a very big fan of all types of games. Throughout my gaming history, I've played so many types of games. We should create a new number called GTA 6 to signify a new amount of years. For example, it took Crimson GTA 6 years to finish this game. Sorry, that would be a GTA 4 amount of years. Okay. All right. Finish building the lighting in here. Let's go to the other Tokyo level. I want to slap another sniper in here. Where would make sense though? I feel like right here, this guy right here. I don't know why I have to build lighting in here as well, but that's okay. We'll do that. I'm GTA 7 years old. Okay, Gramps. That's some grandpa level shit right there. Run is well accepted by the audience, judging its comments and views. It's also a very good idea for the game. I think the thing is, the devlogs that I was creating, and because of how early it was, I feel like everybody had like different views on what the game would become. which I think in its own way is kind of problematic because everyone envisions the game in a different way, myself included. I didn't know where I was really going with the game at that time. Like, still to this day, I don't even know where it was going. So... yeah, I don't know. We'll see when I work on it again. If I work on it again. I would like to. I think it'd be cool. Where's the errors of what couldn't... is it in here? Huh. Okay, none of the wall generators broke, I guess. Makes no sense, because where would all of this built lighting be from? I don't know. I've been waiting GTA 10 years for Crimson's Fantasy. You're gonna be waiting a long time, brother. Gonna be waiting a long time, let me tell you. You gonna be waiting a long time. What would you say is the hook of my game? I don't really focus on hooks. To be honest. I think that's overrated. And in my opinion, such static advice that's given nowadays for game devs is focus on a hook. I would say what I focus on is fantasy, I guess. What kind of character fantasy? What kind of emotions do we want the player to feel in the game? I would say the unique thing, I guess, this game does is we play a lot into the combo system. So you getting 7 kills in a row perfectly without missing allows you to get another 7 kills in a row perfectly without missing, and you continue that loop. And I think that kind of is, I guess, the hook. That's kind of like, I guess, the somewhat unique thing that's probably not even that unique, to be honest. Is that aspect probably where perfectly playing the game allows you to just keep going forward and you keep having that run and gun vibe continuously throughout the game. I think that would probably be the hook of the game, but I don't really like focusing on hooks, to be honest. I don't really like focusing too much on hooks. I think the better thing I would say to game devs is don't focus on a hook, focus on a central image of what the game should be, right? And if you focus on that image and what the player is supposed to experience and going in that direction, I think you can surround your planned features and mechanics and content around that specific image of what it's supposed to be. And making sure that image stays consistent, or you slightly shift it when you feel like it should be, but yeah. In my opinion, now, don't get me wrong, I'm not a great game designer. I'm still trying to figure out this shit even 10 years later. But I think one thing that I've learned over these past 10 years is there's a lot of regurgitated advice given on the internet about game development that I don't fully agree with anymore. I think there's no black or white. There's like a lot of gray. And there's a lot of things that change. And when games continuously keep releasing that blow up, that kind of go against the grain of what a lot of this like regurgitated advice is telling you. You know what I mean? And it just kind of, oh, hey, new game blew up. It's kind of doing things that are a little different. It still has a central image to it, but it's, you know what I mean? Yeah. Hold on, I gotta get some water. Doing with the cinematic action approach, right? So what started out for the game as an arcadey direction, instead of arcadey, we actually kind of leaned a little bit more, like, it's still very arcadey in a sense, but it kind of leans a lot more into the cinematic direction as well. Cinematic action, that being like, I think a big part of it. Just feeling like a badass action movie protagonist is like the biggest focus of what I try to do with this game. Hold on, let me put on the gameplay again. Streamers building lighting just so he can yap. What? Use other games as references. Yeah, like have inspiration, sources of inspiration. You know? Do things with intent. I think that's the biggest thing I would say. If you're going to add a new feature or a mechanic to your game, what is the intent behind that? Are you just adding it just to add it? Or does it actually fully add to the big picture of what the game is actually trying to do or trying to be? I think that's a big one. Make choices with intent. I think that's how I would probably word it. Not, you know, have a hook. Obviously make it marketable in a sense. I think the hook is mostly just to help with the marketing side of it. I think that's mostly it, but you know, I think you figured that out as you go through with it, as you have that vision. You need to start marketing this update. That's true. That's true. I need to work on the trailer. I do need to work on the trailer. Game development / game design are still totally brand new concept people are figuring out, although past game developers have experienced the same stuff we're experiencing. Back then, it was on a different level of just unknown, and there was a lot more technical aspects to it. Now you can thrive a lot more with the technology that we have to focus more on the design aspect rather than technical aspects that were involved. Those kind of puzzles, it was a different kind of levels of puzzles. Nowadays, I feel like it's a lot more open for exploration and whatnot. Back then, everything was somewhat novel to an extent. And a lot of games nowadays kind of build off of those past games that kind of built up the foundation of where video games are now. Have I ever had my game in a Steam Next Fest? No, I think Steam Next Fest started while I was working on this game. I think. Like when it was released into early access. The blood is obviously a nice touch, makes it pretty gritty. The thing that I like about the blood in this game, and I'd like to do even more with it, is it adds a sense of ridiculousness to it in like a good way. I think it takes this full-on action, shooting everything, you know, kind of sense, and it kind of takes it into more of a comic kind of realm, which I think John Wick leaned a lot more into as time went on. They went more into like a comic direction with it. And I like that. It makes it a little bit ridiculous. And I honestly think action movies, when you think about it, depending on your state of mind, a lot of them are kind of ridiculous in some way. They do kind of become a little ridiculous in some senses. You know what I mean? When you start seeing it in a different lens, you kind of do start seeing the somewhat comical, ridiculous aspects of them. I feel like almost every what's the movie I'm thinking about? The series with guy who runs all the time, is a part of some cult, broke his leg on set. What am I thinking of? Ah, damn it. What's it called? What's the series called? You guys know what I'm talking about. One of you knows what I'm talking about. Very popular series of movies, action. Mission Impossible. Yeah. Mission Impossible. Mission Impossible has that level of ridiculousness to it that I think works really well. They have that aspect to it. Neo making a spoon faint was very ridiculous. Yeah, Jackie Chan as well. That's the OG action movies that kind of went even Ip Man went into the realm of ridiculous sometimes, going into that level of action. It was still great. It was awesome. And there's moments where I like, oh shit. But it's like, it's got that level of ridiculousness to it that I think is great. I think all action needs a bit of that, or else you kind of get desensitized to this shooting, bloody, fucking, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't mean ridiculous in the sense of like they need to make comedy jokes every 5 minutes like Marvel does with their movies, and they kind of just make it shit. I think ridiculous is kind of in like a different way. You can still kind of, you can still be kind of ridiculous without it necessarily being like a comedy one-liner out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom. Give me 1 second. Enjoyed this gameplay. Hello. You guys saw there was going to be a Skibidi Toilet movie? Yes. Yeah. You heard of Phoenix? Yeah. Skibidi Toilet movie. Yeah. I think that's when a joke goes a little too far. I think that just goes to show how Hollywood has just fallen off. They have fallen from the face of the earth. Like they don't know what the fuck they're doing anymore. Kind of hilariously stupid, but you know what would have made more sense than a Skibidi Toilet movie? A fucking Fortnite movie. like just make a Fortnite movie. They've got like story to work off of, because they like to really embed story into the whole. Every season is like a new story or something. And I see them probably making a Fortnite movie in the near future anyways, so I bet you they're probably working on it, but they would probably like to include like literally every IP in existence into Fortnite. Think about it. They'd have Marvel, they have everything associated with Disney inside of it. They'd have all of these films associated in it. I bet you like they would probably fucking love to do that shit. A Skibidi movie? Yeah. If this is the first you hear of it, I apologize. I'm sure you probably did not want to know about that. I'm sure you probably just did not want to know that that existed. You'll have to settle for Ready Player 2 in production. Oh, are they working on another Ready Player? I haven't seen the first one, I'm going to be honest. Michael Bay's making the Skibidi movie? I think Western film culture has died. I think it's kind of just died. It's kind of just, it's like on its last legs or something. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they've overscaled. They become so bureaucratic that, like, nothing of actual love and culture comes out of it. It's all just... it's fucking Minecraft movie. It's Skibbity Toilet. It just... It went full stupid. It just went full stupid. Like, they don't hire any creative people anymore. Like, I think creative people nowadays are just working on indie films, and you don't really see that coming out in the theater and whatnot. It like, it's all focused on how much is this gonna make? how much will this make in the box office? How much will this make in the box office? Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. There's artists out there learning to make your own AI for corporations to pay to use. Involve yourself for the future. If there's artists out there learning to make your own AI for corporations to pay to use, involve yourself for the future. I don't know what that means. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, if you're an artist that's going to be used in AI, try to figure out how you can get paid. Is that what I mean? Yeah. Better yet, don't let anybody use your work in AI for corporation use. Here's a better yet. Just don't let them use any of your stuff. But I guess that's the world we're heading into. But then you don't have a job because they want AI. I think at that point, I think the world is cooked. If it gets to that point, I think, and the world has completely adapted that. I think we're just cooked as a race, as a species. Yeah, I think at that point we're cooked. We're Blade Runner. We're in Blade Runner world at that point. We're in the cyberpunk era, which honestly, I would say we are in a soft version of cyberpunk era already. I would argue we're already there. This topic is because of the Fab guy uploading 35K of AI art. Yeah, dude. That is insane. If I look at Fab and I just look at the latest releases, am I gonna find that guy's stuff? Like, am I just gonna, if I look at all releases in 3D, am I just gonna find that guy's stuff in the newest page? Instant Soup game ready PBR low poly 3D model. Sketch. Okay, hear me out. Associating Sketchfab 1,100 triangles, brother. That's a cube. How is it 1,100 triangles? 4096 by 4096, brother. Here's my take. Them associating ArtStation with Fab, not ArtStation, sorry. Them associating Sketchfab, which was full of just shit. 99% of it was all shit. They should have just killed Sketchfab. I'm going to be honest. Or just keep it separate. They should have not associated with... Now, obviously, I'm not looking through the Unreal Engine section, so I really don't give a shit about a lot of this stuff, but, like, look at this. Oh, man. I don't see any of that guy's stuff in here, even though that guy has, like, 35,000 fucking things that he keeps... He probably uploads it all in bulk. Here's something that's probably... This looks like it's copyright infringement. Oh, look, it literally says Ferrari on the back. Okay. Yeah. Yep. That's pretty bad, man. Let's look at Unreal Engine, because this is where I usually look. Let's look at newest. Like, it's not horrible, but it's not great either. I wonder if they banned that one person that would, like, just post a bunch of, like, music that was AI generated. Or maybe is my thing starting to finally filter it out? Okay, so maybe that person now is starting to mark their shit as AI? I don't know. Who buys singular book models that are $3, by the way? $3 each. Yeah, I don't know. This looks tame in comparison to what we used to see sometimes looking at the newest section. This is relatively tame. So maybe they cracked down on it a little bit for the Unreal Engine section. Maybe they cracked down on it a bit. Like a little bit. Like a tad. Like a little tiny bit. Yep. Anyways, I've felt no drive to look through the look through Fab for anything. Oh look, Miami Vice City. Well, it's Liardi's. I'm gonna be honest. I love that Liardi's is doing stuff, but their quality is very much all over the place on a lot of their assets. Like very all over the place. Yeah, extremely all over the place. This product includes the Ultimate Level Art Tool. What the hell is that? The Ultimate Level Art Tool. What is that? Is it somewhere in here? The Ultimate Level Art Tool. Ultimate Level Art Tool. You know, speaking of us scrolling through Fab, we are probably going to have to do this before we release Superhire, because it's possible Superhire might get me over the $100,000 license limit. So, oh, this one. Yeah, I think I have this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do have this. Yeah. I have not used it though. I should. My doom scrolling Fab? No. Although one of these days we probably will go through and just look through a bunch of assets that we can buy before I release this game, which could potentially bring me over. What's it called? Personal license? Pretty sure it was free at one point. I forgot to grab it. I probably got it from a Humble Bundle. Does Superhire cost 100K to develop? No, but it might earn 100K within this year. What's the 100K license limit? I would read the Fab EULA, and then you probably get a better answer, to be honest. But if you earn over 100K within the past 12 months, you have to purchase the professional license. Obviously, a lot of nuance. That's why I said read the EULA, because that gives you a proper legal angle on it. Of everything, again, I would probably read the EULA. We talked about it on stream before. I was not happy with the Fab EULA because I think it's extremely open-ended and open for a lot of interpretation in terms of income amounts. A lot of interpretation could be set there. Yeah. But y'all know how the license goes. The time of purchase is when that licensing is in play, not when you use it. So if you somehow make 100K after purchasing those assets, that's fine. You can still use that license. It's such a weird, such a weird license, dude. Such a weird license. You only make 100K when you declare it. Ah, true. That 100K was never made, it was reinvested. I think it's based off of gross income, but it's also based off of how much a game costs to make. Let's go through the Fab EULA again, because this thing is a fucking piece of shit. Oh, they have a different page now. This seems to be a different page. Hold on, let's read the actual ULA. Because I love the wording in that. When did they update this? Last updated October 1st. Okay, so they have not updated this. Okay, so you are only eligible for personal if at the time of the transaction, together with any controlling entity and other entities under common control with you, have not generated more than 100,000 USD in gross revenue from your commercial activity in the digital content industry in the last 12 months. Yeah, oh, and for purposes of this calculation, revenue includes any advances received or other funds raised. Yep. Yeah. Is it a one-way thing? Like as soon as you go over 100K at the time of the transaction. So if you buy a bunch of assets and then you end up making 100K later on, then you just you're fine. You don't have to, based on how it's worded, you don't have to repurchase another license. It's only upon the time of. It's fucking stupid. It's silly. In my opinion, it's a little silly. Personally, yeah, it's a bit weird. Anyways, let's get to work. But let's say you have one good year and then after that you don't, you still have to get the pro. Listen, you just have to calculate your past 12 months. If all of a sudden next month you don't have 100K within that 12-month period, hey, go ahead. You can get the personal license. How do they even enforce it? I think it's all upon goodwill. I think it's all upon goodwill. I think that's mostly what is probably upon. Actually, speaking of which, I need to send an email to someone. Yeah. Math ain't mathing. Yeah, well, you know it goes. Well, you know how it goes. Enemies not attacking certain sequences like holding the forklift button and door button. So I want to test that real quick again. I want to see if I somehow fixed it a little bit. Let's go to Miami. We'll go to Sent to Paradise because that has the forklift button. Okay, so we need to test that the enemies properly aggro us when we are clicking on the button. Damn, third person while holding this forklift kind of sucks. It's for some reason like they can't see me anymore when I'm over here. I am inside of a collision box. So I wonder if that collision box is broken. If I get out of it, I think they start focusing me. Interesting. So that box is messed up. That box ain't right. That boy ain't right. So lift switch. I also want to see, I believe this is in 2 different areas. No, just this one. And the box has what kind of block? It blocks sight. That was probably the problem. It also blocks enemy. And physics prop. Is the generic button like this as well? No. It's just pawn. Which, admittedly, I think that should be... I think that was the problem. Although, I will say, third person does not feel very good here. So they can see the player now. You know what might be a good idea? Maybe instead of holding this button, maybe we just make the player press it and they just have to wait. Like, I feel like it's kind of just... Like, I feel like it's kind of just annoying. Are they still not able to see me? Like, I feel like we should, for the forklift, we should just make it so you just push the button once and it just starts doing the thing. Like, admittedly, I really don't like... the whole stopped switch thing. I think I'm just going to make it so... when the armor is hit, it's going to stop the switch. Let's not do that. I don't want any of that. So that should be good. Let's find if there's any more references to stop switch. So now you should just have to click it and it'll press. One thing that does suck is the UI will show hold, but it won't be a hold anymore. So don't know what I'm going to do there. I guess we'll just leave it as hold. Oh well. So I click the button and it will continue to just lift it. Now let me try dying real quickly. And that should reset the forklift. Alright, honestly, I feel like that just feels better. You're waiting for it to lift while kind of running around this arena. Game players are going to sit there holding the key still. They might. They might. I don't know if I have press as a common term. Do we even have hold as a common term? Oh, we have push button. What is that doing actually? What? Lift button? Oh, lift switch. Okay. Yeah, we call hold interact, but I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any way for me to change it. Oh yeah, we do. Text lift. Who cares? Do I have another interact? Here we have hold. Do I have any of them that are just like non-hold? We have interact. Which seemingly seems to be very similar to the interact, I think. Oh, interact called. Man, I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. We'll just leave it at that. They hold you or the investing entity accountable for 12 months. If you do not generate 100K in that 12 months, then you don't need to pay the remaining for the personal to you. However, if you do make 100K in the 12 months or get a loan towards your project that equals to 100K gross for the project, then you owe at will or enforce to Epic Games the remaining amount. It's not within 12 months after you purchase it, right? So let's say within the 12 months, and then right here, this is where you purchase the asset. If within this time you only made like 50K, if you suddenly, after purchasing the asset, make like another 50K, you don't have to repurchase this tier based off of what I'm reading. It is quite literally just at the time of transaction. It's all just based off. Now, if you, at the time of purchase, did make over 100K, then you would have to purchase the professional license at this period of time. It's kind of silly in my opinion. It's kind of a silly license, I guess. It just gives more chance for indies, or not even indie, hobbyists to purchase things without having to buy the professional license. But once you get to a point where you're like selling things and you're getting like, I don't know, I guess it's a nice problem to have, but some of the assets go like as far as like 10xing their price, and it's like, you know, at that point I probably just won't buy that asset. I remember seeing some assets that go for like $1,000 at the professional license. Here's the thing though, look at it this way. Look at it this way. It's based off of 100K gross. If an asset costs $1,000, which is insane, in my opinion, kind of insane, it's 100,000 gross revenue. Now, chances are you're probably going to lose out on 30 to 40% of that. So let's say, to be safe, you have 70,000 net. Right? You have 70,000 net. That $1,000 asset is a little over 1% of your income. How much does it cost to buy versus to do it? Obviously, right? I just think, like, I think I look at it from this sense, right? Let's say that asset is originally $100, but they 10x the price for the professional license, right? They 10x that price of the asset. And let's say you only made 60,000. 60,000 and then having to pay $100 is actually much less than that 1% of your income versus 100,000 gross that then becomes 70,000 net. I know that whole mindset tech work. Listen, I buy assets all the time. I don't care about like making things fully fresh because it, you know what I mean? Like I 100% look into the cost benefit, but that's exactly what I mean. If you're making 60,000 or even 90,000 gross revenue, by being able to purchase the personal license is so much better than 100 reaching that. I don't know. I just think 100,000 is kind of fucking ridiculous personally, but yeah. Like if an asset is 10x the price and I have to purchase the professional license, I'm just not going to purchase I'm just not going to purchase that asset. I'm just not going to. Yeah, I think personally 250K should be the professional license gross revenue. Or they change it from gross to net. I think that would be more fair. Because gross revenue, depending on where you live in the world, like let's say you live in like a Scandinavian country where the tax rate is so much higher, you are fucked. Like good luck. You're screwed. In my opinion, fucks over the middle level developers or indie developers that end up somehow figuring out a way to succeed. And then the high level, who gives a shit? It's just like fucking $1,000 or whatever. Who cares? Yeah. You need to delegate more? Oh, I delegate. I've been delegating more now that I've had a little bit of the chance to do that, but I also like to make things myself as well. I think I find the enjoyment in that. I'm just saying that I think when an asset creator 10x's their asset, I think it alienates a specific section of developers that now they still have access to that asset, obviously, if they want to purchase it, but that's taking a huge cut out of their revenue that you don't get much out of as a developer, because the time between releasing one game to the time releasing another game is so far and few between that, like, at that point you need another job to facilitate purchasing licenses under a professional license. Yeah. I think if it's 3x, that's okay. If it's 3x, okay, I can get behind that, because chances are that slightly evens out with your income if you got to a point where you're now having to purchase professional licenses. So but I think in some parts of the world, that license is kind of shit. Like, obviously, if you find that level of success, then yeah, it's a good problem to have, I guess. But at the same time, you got to start planning early on to avoid purchases. Surprises. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, if Superhire somehow does really well, okay, we need to just plan ahead and just purchase a shit ton of fab assets before. Set like a $4,000, $3,000 whatever thing. So then that way, when I get to work on a bunch of stuff, then I don't have to purchase the professional license later on, even though it's an asset that I know I'm going to get anyways. Yeah. Yep. There we are. Did I have a roadmap for Suit for Hire? Kind of. We kind of did. Professional and personal licenses are at the time of purchase. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, they're not really licenses, which I find really silly about them personally. I find them very silly. It's not really a license, it's like a barrier. It's like you're at an airport. You either get fucked over and you have to go to gate E, or you go to gate B. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Nah, never mind. Whatever. I can't figure out a similarity there. I hate to break it to you, but I'm pretty sure you're going to break 100K. Here's the thing. Based off of their wording in the EULA, it also considers my work from contract work because it's digital. So if I do combine all of my incomes, YouTube, Twitch, contract work, and my game, chances are I probably will exceed 100K gross revenue this year because all of my work is digital income. So, or digital sources of income. That's why I think the EULA is really fucking stupid. Are they under the same studio name? Well, it doesn't matter because they also have wording in there that are based off of the entity. So if you as an entity, even if you're a part of other studios or companies, you're still, I think, that one entity. Not that all of my stuff is under personal, like self-employed license anyway, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's stupid. It's really dumb. So if you release your game and earn 100K, you would not need to purchase. Yeah, exactly. It's literally just a time of purchase, which I think is really silly. That's great because as a developer, I can kind of plan ahead. But at the same time, it's also like, okay, at that point, just, you know, maybe raise the number, or instead of gross revenue, use net, but everything uses gross revenue, so. Yeah. If Soccer charges based on his or her worth, where to be used and which formats, could be $1,000 or $1,000. So the thing is with someone doing direct B2B or B2C, like, or designer to client, I guess. A lot of the times, if they're being, if they are charging a lot, chances are it's an exclusivity agreement. In the case of assets, on like Fab, anybody can purchase that asset. So you probably have like hundreds and hundreds of games using the same asset. I just don't think exclusivity, or when you pay an artist or someone to do something, you are paying a lot more for their specific unique art style for your specific need, and on top of that, the exclusivity of that asset for your game. So it's like just for your game, right? Which has a lot more value, in my opinion, than assets, obviously. But in some cases, you know, I'm not going to pay an artist to specifically make a trash bin model or something like that. Yeah. How do they know when the asset was purchased if you have the full license? That's the thing. That's why I think it's all based on goodwill, which a lot of Epic is based off of that. Even like their revenue split, like the 1 million thing it's kind of based on that. Although I think now they're asking everybody to start filing their income. They kind of fucked me over though. I did that. I filed, they have like a new system for filing how much income you made.
My pants, I did.
Hey.
Hi, really cute today. Hope you're having a good day. Wink, wink.
Hey, thank you, Five, for the Prime. Hey, 1 year. Shit. Yeah, Epic kind of fucked me with their new system. It was like, oh, what's your lifetime revenue for this product? And I was like, okay, here it is. And then they asked me, okay, what's your Q1 income? I was like, wait, what do you mean? We just finished Q1 and I just put my lifetime income. So I was like putting in the numbers and I'm like, no, don't add the number to the thing. I already gave you the Q1 income. And then I had to send an email to their support and they didn't understand what the problem was. Such a headache, man. It's like, dude. Oh God. Why is it everything Epic does is like they have to make it a headache? Why does everything have to have? Next, you know, they're gonna have Epic branded painkillers for your brain. Yeah, it was like all of a sudden I filed the lifetime income, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, here's an email. You have to file your Q1 now." And I was like, "I already did though, as the lifetime." And I sent that support ticket, and they're like, "Can you send me your income for this Q?" Like, and I'm like, "Okay, but like, that's not gonna help you." So at this point now, I have to take every quarter income of the game and compile it down so then they can properly add it up, so they don't add a random magical number on top of the value out of nowhere. And it's like, no, don't do that, please. Why does everything have to be such a headache? I was pretty specific about my wording as well in the emails, so I don't know. So I guess I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to have to go through all of my incomes, count it all up into quarterly breakups, and that's going to be fun. Feels like I'm doing taxes again. Taxes 2. Double action boogaloo. All right. I think we fixed that bug. I think this is fixed. Ish. Person has a script to follow, probably not a CPA. No, they're a financial something, whatever it was. It wasn't an AI response, but it definitely was like, okay, I don't know if you're fully understanding my issue, but I guess maybe I'll just tally up all of the incomes. I'll just have to go through all of the past 4 years, and so then that way they have the totals, and then they can plug that fucker in, I guess. Or maybe I just get Q1 and Q4 and I just fucking throw that at them and be like, okay, minus the total, please. Don't. But I bet you they're going to fuck up and they're going to file what I gave them on Q1 and Q4 on top of the lifetime revenue I put in. And then it's just going to like bump the number way higher than it actually is. And I'm going to be like, great. I love emailing support. At that point, I'm like, dude, why even fucking bother with you? I don't have to owe any of the 1 million revenue. It doesn't even matter. This is a waste of everybody's time. Yeah. Not a certified bookkeeper or similar? Potentially. I don't know. But I'm going to have to be super fucking specific in my next email with that individual. Sometimes kicking the door causes the player to not be able to fire the weapon. Still have no clue where this is coming from. Yeah. Let's see. Hold E to open gate shows through a whole level on level 2 trucks. Let's go ahead and see what's going on there. That happens in third person. Coming through. It's like you trying to talk how to solve a problem in Unreal to boot camp student in the first week. Okay, so we just have this issue where that button appears by default. I think the thing is we have a system in place for that. Let's see, button. I don't know if it's the generic button, so let's see here. It's a button. Which button is it? It's the truck gate switch button. All right. Let me guess, it's not deriving from the button. Yep. Of course. Yep, of course. Thought it'd be a top-down shooter? It is. But it also has a third person. It's complicated. It's complicated. Okay, so we have a timer in here called is player near button, and we check if they're in third person. So what we're going to do is I'm going to copy this function over to here. Looks good. And then we're going to set a timer, which is over here, is player near button, and that's going to happen on the begin play. And now, let's not save that actually. That's going to break all of our stuff. Let's see if that worked. Aha! It disappeared, although it was there by default for a period of time. So I think what we could do is maybe default the visibility of the widget to false. I'm kind of surprised because the timer of this is 0.5. Oh, it has a start delay. Okay, that's why. Also has collision for some reason. Does the box have weird collision? Not anymore from the looks of it. Okay, right. So the widget, visibility, turn that off. And then we should still see the visibility. Yeah, we set the visibility to true when they're not in third person. All right. That should be all set. There we go. Yeah. Yup. Okay, directional attack indicator sometimes faces north for no reason. Alrighty then, let's fix that next. Don't know why that's happening. Search up indicator. Lethal attack indicator, there we go. So, if the attacking actor is valid, and not dead, destroy actor. I think if is not valid, let's just go ahead and maybe destroy the actor as well. Maybe that's the problem. That's the only way I could see this somehow making it appear, and then that's the only way I could see this happening. So let's go to, I don't know, random level. Let's go to like an arena level or something. And let's see if that indicator appears in random situations. I swear I thought I saw an indicator that was kind of in a random direction. See, I think it's appearing, I think it's happening still. In fact, on top of that, we have an issue where the enemies don't know what to do. Oh, what? Wait, what? I don't get it. Why were they just like circling around in weird directions? Heisenberg? It does kind of look like it, I guess, from the back with the fedora. Although I don't think he wears... What kind of hat does Heisenberg wear? I forget which hat it was. I'm pretty sure it's not a fedora, is it? Oh, I should probably fix that. It is a fedora? Damn, I forgot. What? I don't know what the anime AI is still doing. They're doing some weird stuff though. A pork pie hat? I don't even know what that is. A pork pie hat? Pork pie hat. Yeah. See, it's not really a fedora. It's like a I don't even know what I'd call it. I don't remember it being a fedora though. It's this. It definitely has the vibe of a fedora. Don't get me wrong. It's very similar. I feel like the shape. The top is definitely very different from a fedora. It feels a lot more like circular, but it still has this like band around it and everything. Very similar to a fedora though, for sure. It's a hat. Yeah, that's true. It's a hat. So I think the attack indicators are still kind of showing in random spots. Like right here. God, the jacket's kind of bugged in this level still. I don't know why they won't come over here. I think it has to do with their navigation system again. Man, I feel like this is something we really need to fix. Is a new system. Instead of them grouping up in a random kind of circular location around the player, I feel like we need to do EQS to determine where they should be. Because this just feels awful. Like I'm just sitting here and they're not doing anything. You know what I mean? I don't know why they're just sitting there. Here we can turn on fly mode. There we go. What's wrong with them? No, that's normal because they do the group to... Oh, you know what's weird? We have two separate navigation... What I'm seeing is the navigation keeps resetting. So I think the navigation in this level is broken. Working with NavMesh is such a pain. It's bad, man. I think it's by far the worst part of Unreal, is having to deal with NavMesh. Now, I don't know if that's the worst part of Unreal or the worst part of game development in general. I don't know. But it's awful. All I know is it sucks. It sucks. I don't know. Worst part in game dev in general, pathfinding is always the worst. That's why I really want to demystify it for myself and learn about A-star pathfinding. And someone on Twitter for the Beautiful Light dev team made some stuff to change how pathfinding works in their game. That's definitely, I think, something I would like to take a deep dive into, learning how to make my own pathfinding. Yeah, I think we should change. So here's how the system works. It's really stupid. So the system will constantly, let's say this is the player, the system will, for the group up system, it's going to constantly try to find a spot around the player to navigate to. But it's not going to use EQS. It's going to search no matter what. Even if I'm over here, it'll still search outside of these bounds. And that is partially the problem. It's kind of bad. It's really ass. So I think it would be good. And then what it tries to do is it tries to get a navigable spot. But like, I don't know if EQS would be cheap for every single enemy to do their own EQS. And I don't know how to use one unified EQS for all of the enemies. I don't know how to do that. It's a skill issue moment. But man, this sucks. Using that really does suck. Let's see if rebuilding the nav mesh fixed it. I don't think it did, but... maybe it has to do with the line of sight system being really stupid. Do they have to check if they're in the line of sight to attack? Let's go to the interface, can attack. So in here, do they just maybe not know that I'm, oh, I quit the game. Maybe they're not set to aggro by default. I don't think so, no, I think they are. It's not here. This isn't it. So let's go to the token agent then. Token manager. Can receive token. I think a Ripper Junkie. It looks okay. I think the worst part right now is just the AI. I think it still has always been AI. I think AI has always been a pinpoint of pain. Yeah, I kind of use the player character as a bit of a manager. So here we have the token manager, and the token manager is added to the player character. Let's look at the grunt, for example. So he's not going in for the attack. Can attack. Does any of the AI use EQS? We only use EQS for finding cover. But I wonder how much better our system would be if we also use EQS for them grouping up near the player. The problem is we use move group up constantly within like an interval of 2 seconds so that they like constantly move around a little bit. They're not like standing still. What I'm kind of weirded by is why is it's that specific spot? Like they don't go near the player at all. Clearly none of them have an attack token here either. Maybe there's a collision issue? I don't see anything specifically here. Is my box around my player character the problem? I don't think so. Unless something must have changed. Which you know how it goes. Pawn and enemy. World dynamic. Doesn't block sight. I don't know. Maybe there is a collision box in that level. Let's see. Maybe. I think it's because they don't know the player is there. So what was that? Back alley. I don't know what they'd be blocked by. If there is a box here, I don't know what it is. I think it's because the player ends up over here and they can't figure out any other spot to go other than here. Because the space is too tight, maybe? I don't know. That seems kind of crazy. Maybe we move this fence back over here. But that's not really a fix. That's a band-aid. That's what that is. It's a little bit of a band-aid, admittedly. What I'm confused by is why are they not, in general, just running to the player? I don't think there's a system for checking if there's line of sight. Unless maybe there is. There actually might be. Though, I don't know if it's applicable to the Merc. Why are they running there, though? Such a specific spot. What if I run all the way back over here? Are they able to find a spot over there? Oh, there we go. This guy was able to find me. This guy was able to find me. I think the grunts have a line of sight system. I don't think they will... If I remember correctly. If I go to the grunt... Here we have no fail on unseen. I don't know. Kind of dreading working on AI. Me too, man. Especially with like really old code base. At this point, it's like I'd rather just start fresh. I'd much rather start fresh. I think I've gotten better at it. This game ultimately was kind of like one of my first proper attempts at AI, but does your AI vary a lot between enemy types? All of the enemies use the similar passive and alerted states, but the grunt is reused across all melee weapon enemies. The mercs are different though, obviously because they follow different structures. They have cover systems. They also have shooting systems that are a bit different. Variety of stuff there. Here we use run, EQS queries for taking cover and whatnot. I think we're gonna have to start doing some EQS. Either that or we do a different way of doing a group up system. This will tell me if it's the move group up node. Oh yeah. The group up system is just allocating spots here. If I run back here, what happens? Now they're allocating closer to here. Revisiting that code must be scary. I know what it's doing, but it's stupid. I'm also noticing the is enemy allowed nearby doesn't seem to be working very well. So what I'd like to do is on top of that, let's also go ahead and print string the distance. And I want to see if any of them even get 400. It's going to print a lot, but it should at least give us a bit of a direction. 1200, 1200, 1200, 1200. None of them are being given the option of 400. Until I get within... So this isn't actually... This is not working properly. If enemies in range contains pawn enemy, return false. This is stupid. This only works in very tight levels. In the case of that level, that's not gonna work. We need something different then. Okay, 400, 400, 400. Let's see, do we start getting 1200 though? We're starting to get 1200, but chances are they're going to start getting confused as to which one is allowed near the player. Let's see, how many people go in this hallway? Let's see. Well, none of them are attacking now. So now we're just running into a different issue. The mercs keep shooting. But the melee enemy is not attacking. I think I'm at the end of navigation. Yep. Yep, you're right. It's because previously, listen, this isn't the XQC chat, okay? Like, we can't have no, one-man spam. There we go. Okay, so that fixes that problem. We do now have the problem where I think all of the enemies are going into range. This is not a good enough system. Or maybe it is. Maybe we just need to give it a bit more time. Let's just see how it looks. We were seeing some 1200s, which correct, but I feel like the melee dudes should rush the player more often, kind of like Last of Us 2 melee enemies. We do have some of that, but you know, ideally it would be good to have some more of that. I think our system just needs to be better. Also, do you guys notice how the rolling doesn't really actually go forward? That's really annoying. That's really annoying. Now that's really annoying. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 enemies. These guys are kind of over here. But are they being allowed to push forward? They kind of are. Oh man. Let's do this. Let's change how this functions. I think this is useful. If the index of this is... Yeah, but here's the thing. If we don't find it, it's going to get... Doesn't it give -1 if it's not found? So obviously it's going to be less than... No, if I want to do grouping, I just need to make this not shitty code, I think. If I wanted grouping without EQS, yeah, we're probably going to need a manager of some sort. Like we use the player, this is the player character kind of managing it. Okay, that -1 should fix it because that was kind of silly. That should make it so there are less than or equal to 5 enemies because technically we start at index 0 for that. Let's see it. We're going to place ourselves right here. Once 4 enemies get near us, we should see these triangles or whatnot going in a different area. Okay, we're seeing a couple over here. No, they all end up in the area. Okay, here's the thing. We have a distance of 400. How big is our box? Because it calculates it based off of this box. 700 by 700. Well, that does seem about right. Oh. I'm having a brain fart. Allowed nearby if it's less than or equal to 4 and does not equal -1. Okay, that should give us the right number. God, why is that happening? I think it's because my crosshairs... It's basing it off of the direction that my crosshair is facing, not the actual direction that I'm moving in. I think I might want to fix that, to be honest. Okay, let's see. We're getting a bunch of 1200s. But we only have 3 enemies on us. You know what I think the problem is? This is all wrong. What we want to do is get the length of this. I think we want to get length instead. We want to get the length of this. See if it's less than a certain number. Let's try using that instead. Because this... It's kind of ridiculous. Let's do this. If we find something and they're not equal to this and this, so we either check the length or if they're already a part of the thing and they're index less than 4, then we'll allow them in. How does my grouping work? My grouping works in a very stupid way. It doesn't really work. It's very like weird band-aid. We check if they're within our box that we've confined here, which also is used for the top-down camera. Like any enemies that are in here, we kind of smooth the camera towards them. So we're using 2 things. And first it checks, okay, should we be 400 distance, so allowed nearby? Or if we're not, okay, let's do 1200 distance. But that's not really a smart system, because then we just randomize in a random direction. And then do another randomize within a radius. It's just not very smart. I think what would make more sense is using EQS. And like, or the enemies that are not allowed nearby, maybe we just make them take cover somewhere or something, you know? It's just kind of just like... I think we just need to do more work on this. Why is it that I roll in that direction though? That doesn't make any sense. We gotta fix that. Okay. So let's say... That attack indicator, by the way, is still occurring. It's very random in a bad way. Okay, so we have 400, then we get a bunch of 1200. That guy is getting a bit farther away. These guys are just killing each other. Okay, we spawn some more enemies. Now that guy's in the zone. We got 3 enemies in here. I need to check something. It has so many... Also, by the way, it's also using the player character as value 0. So it is not ignoring self. We are a part of this list, apparently. Okay. We don't have that many mercs, though. What's my box looking like? My box is not even that big, and it's somehow, for some reason, says that we have how many mercs in this list? Merc character 2, the same merc over and over and over again. Okay, we found ourselves a little bit of a problem. I think we have an ad and not an ad unique. Oh wait, I am adding myself to the enemies in range. Oh, you know what? That's to... Okay, I see why that is. I'm using that for the camera. So in here, I calculate the average of the camera of where it should go. I need to have myself a part of that to feed into the average. Yep. Yep. So this should be an add unique. That should resolve that problem. So an enemy should not add itself multiple times to the array anymore. See, we got a bunch of setting itself in this area. 1, 2 enemy, 3 enemy, 4. Now these should be 1200. Okay, that guy ran back because he's no longer a part of the list. Although I wouldn't mind, instead of them running here, for some reason, they, you know, run here. That wouldn't be bad for them to run a little bit in. One of them died, so they're all going over here. That guy's running back because he lost his chance. Okay. It works more as intended. It's not the best design, but it works more as intended. Damn it, dude. Make them keep line of sight when running away. That's the thing where I think EQS would come in handy, is because I can basically check for that. I can check if the spaces have line of sight. Whereas in the case of what we're currently doing, it's like kind of random. And for me to do a bunch of calculations just to make sure that one of them has line of sight might be pretty expensive. Did that guy play the falling animation? Good. Okay, our averages are working. If you get 1A, you're going to get an S. That's good. At least that's working. What is this, Assassin's Creed? No, it's Outer Wilds. Okay, I don't know why I thought that was Assassin's Creed. Hear me out. That sounded a little bit like Assassin's Creed, didn't it? It sounds a little bit like AC2. No? Jeez. See, I've missed a lot of progress. Not much. Not much, you know. It's... On track for April 6th. Damn right. Damn right. That's not... so the AI... that AI task was not on the list. But it should have been on the list. But hey, that's okay. That's fine. Sometimes you don't need to put it on the list, okay? I think that should feel better. I think that should feel better. Oh, we were working on this. The directional attack indicator sometimes facing north for no reason. So I think we minimized it. I think a bit. I think we minimized it a little bit. But admittedly, I think we were still seeing it at random instances. And it's possible that we did go through this is valid. It went through true, but then all of a sudden it didn't go through true anymore. And I think because of that, and then what ends up happening is it doesn't get set to hidden anymore. And then we don't set the rotation anymore. So we either hide it, we either set it to hidden, or we just continue the rotation. I lay there, unknowing of what to do. I don't even know what it's saying. I don't know what it was saying. I guess we just continue setting the rotation then. I think that is probably... We check that's not hidden and go through a branch and do the job. And then do the job. Compile, save, all good. All right, so that should fix that issue. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Enjoy this gameplay that you've seen probably 5 million times. Hello. All right. What do we got on the list? Hold on, let me check my email. I'm a businessman. I gotta check my email. Nigerian prince. I need your help. I have an abundance of money that needs to be taken out. There's $37 million in this bank account. For me to send it to you, I need your credit card information. And a $100 iTunes gift card code. That is the only way. I will add it to the iTunes gift card. You need to be quick, or else they're coming after me. Dude, I could be an email scammer. I do a pretty damn good job. Usually it's $500 from Best Buy. Ain't no way. You gotta start small. Hook them in and then pull them out. I sold a BlackBerry to a Nigerian prince once. I sent a box with an actual BlackBerry, like the food. Like the food, the fruit. Dude, I recognize you now with that Star Wars shirt. It's Adam Driver. Yep, that's me. Yeah, actor by night, game dev by day. Driver is such an odd surname, don't you think? It's kind of cool. Mr. Driver. Mr. Driver. Mr. Driver. Mr. Driver. It's just the same as like Mr. Smith. What are you, a blacksmith? Isn't the whole story behind those types of names is that they gave those surnames for people that had specific roles within villages or some shit? So Smith is mostly because blacksmith. Would driver be a person that drove people around? One of the past people was a taxi driver. Yep, my surname is Driver. I drive people around. Back in the 1600s with their horses. What did they used to call like people who did bank robberies? What would their name be? Yep, my name is Tim Lockpick. Tim Lockpick. Stephen. Of course, it's Stephen. John Stephen. It's John Stealing for you. Nowadays, kids are named XAEA12. Yeah. That's abuse. That should be considered abuse. Let's be real. Has Second Crimson finished a game yet? He doesn't exist. Yet. Last names were kind of for rich people. Then the Black Plague happened, and people started using last names to help track property. Jesus. My last name is very like Scandinavian, where it's like the son of, you know, just slightly modified. Have you seen the Eurovision song competition? They look like Hunger Games NPCs. I'd rather not. I'd rather just live in ignorance and not even see it. Then you wonder how they came up with a name like Witherspoon. That sounds pretty cool, though. Witherspoon. Odin's son. Yeah, that'd be cool. Christopher's son. Yeah, there you go. Where am I? I'm in like some old code. All right, next bug. Bad collision on staircase on Miami shipyard level on the big crane. Let's go to the shipyard. We're going back. Here we are. All right, so the collision has a collision box, but the stop lagging. So we do have a collision box. It's just that this is interfering with it. Can we stop lagging, please? I'm trying to work here. No, don't select you. No, don't select you. No, don't select you. No, don't select. Okay, what? Help me out here. There you go. No, don't select. There you go. Thank you. This damn game engine. You're going to drive me fucking crazy, man. I'm still lagging. All right, so the actual railings, I think we're going to turn off collision on the pawn and the enemy. That should make it a bit easier. Now, here's a problem. We should probably take this blocking volume. Yep. Put that.
Shit
there.
my pants. I
Put
did.
it. Put it right there. Put it right there. Put that bad boy right there. All right. Hell yeah. Excido, thank you for the 49 months. Do I run collisions against the floor the entire time? It's mostly that somebody, when going through here, was having some trouble going through here. Ooh, it's not very good. All right, give me the other pink box. We check collision for footstep sounds, but staircases are just known to be very weird, and you're supposed to use like a ramp. Secretly, you're supposed to use a ramp. Otherwise, your shit breaks. So, yeah. All right, let's try it out. Let's try that again. All right, there we go. I run out of water again. Isn't it weird when looking at collision, the editor lags, but all of its different colors, squares? Listen, man, I just fucking work here. I don't know. I would agree with you. This engine don't make no sense. Well, it's not exactly the safest railing in the world if you could just do that. Not exactly the safest railing. You can just do whatever we just did there. Got a big dumpy? Don't look at him that way. That's, you're sexualizing him. You know what, man? I just came to a conclusion. I don't care. I have a better solution. What if we just... You know what? If someone falls, it's their fault. It's not even my fault. Yeah, I said it. It's not my fault. If someone falls off, it's not my fault. Listen, there's a lot of safety hazards associated with this building. Flax is a similar issue with the collision preview, and apparently it's caused by the engine not doing any freshen culling and constantly sending data to the GPU. That sounds about right. So it seems like the collision on here is better. What was the bug report? Hold on, what was the bug report? While progressing through the level, came across a bug that stopped me from going up the stairs. Oh wait, it's a completely different staircase. I've been looking at the wrong staircases this entire time. All right, it's this one. I bet you this one doesn't have a box. Ah, you see, of course. Of course, that's what's going on. Yeah, of course. Okay, show block, pawn, and enemy. Now we should no longer see it in player collision. Okay, now. Of course, it'd be the one box. That we don't have. Have you seen the latest AI video improvements? Shit's getting creepy. I don't care. If it takes me out of my job, then so be it. Such is life. Regular humans want AI. They'll see what they get when they get it. And when they do, I'll be here to provide them actual, real human human content. I'll be here. So we need to make your own AI and sell it? Nah. Is this Terraria? League of Legends? You might have to start marketing yourself as that real human-made game. You know, it's really funny you say that, Scotty. People are using that as a marketing trick on the Reddit indie gaming Reddit. They're literally using that as a trick. They're like, hey, my thumbnail used to be AI, and now it's man-made. And it got like 1,000 upvotes or some shit. I thought it was really silly. Hold on. I'm sure I can find it. Here it is. Oh, wait, no. That's them memeing about it. Where's the other one? Did it get deleted? Oh, here it is. It got 5,000 upvotes. It got 5,000 up. It got 5,000 upvotes. It's gotten to a point where we're now praising switching something. Honestly, the AI generated one looks better. Here's a problem. Here's a problem with this. I think the old AI one is like false marketing. Whereas the new one actually at least shows that it's kind of like a retro style. Like it still has room for improvement, don't get me wrong, but it at least shows what it is. You know what I mean? I think this old one, maybe you get more clicks. Even though his hand has 5 fingers. You don't hold someone with like the thumb like that. Like, looks like an additional index finger, but it's a thumb. It at least, I think it at least markets what it is. I think it does a good job of at least marketing what it is. I do think they probably could have gotten an artist to just do like either like a paint over or something, but it's just, I think it's just still funny that this gets 5,000 upvotes. It's just, hey, my thing used to be AI, now it's not. Yeah. And like apparently a bunch of other posts started happening after that, and then a bunch of posts were like, man, I really hate this new trend of like people posting old and then new and game devs marketing to other game devs, classic. They just keep doing it. Game dev marketing to game dev. You know one thing that kind of sucks? You guys see what I'm talking about here? That kind of sucks. My character going. It's like my head is getting hit into a ladder. Ding, 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 ding. You know what I mean? It's like that one Dark Souls meme of a guy with a big hat hitting the fucking ladder and going ding, 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 ding. Have you guys seen that edit? That edit is so good, man. All right, here's an idea. How do I change that? Sight? It's either sight or visibility. It's probably visibility. But if I change that, then we can't shoot the metal. Nor does our footstep sounds work, I think. Wait. Okay. Well, I don't know. Let me see. Is it camera? Nope, it's visibility. Because if I turn off visibility, I don't think we hear the metal footstep sounds anymore, but it should fix that problem. See, it fixes the problem, but then it breaks one other, which is we don't hear the footstep sounds anymore. So that's not great. Something we can do, maybe. Hold on. We go here. We do custom, block visibility. Okay. We block visibility, and then we give it the material override, which I think is just metal. I think. Correction. Metal dull. Okay, we can do that. Still plays the sound effect. We could shoot through it, which is fine. Wait, we can still shoot the thing. Hey, everything is good. Everything is very good. So let's do the same thing to all of the other ones. Help, my computer does not like what we're doing right now. My computer is not having a good time. Custom, visibility, metal dull, all is good. Then we hide these. Oh, great. And then I painstakingly modify all of these by hand. Love this part of my job. Okay, so for these, now we set the visibility to off, and maybe camera, and maybe sight as well. But now we don't have the problem where weird things happen. Nice. Oh shit, what's that? Hold E to lift? Oh, come on. Why is that there? I thought I fixed that. I suppose I did not. I don't think an enemy loads in from that far, do they? No, they don't. It's a big-ass crane. It's an overly... Yeah, it is a pretty overly big crane, huh, isn't it? Yep, it's a big crane. It do be a big crane. Wait, we should put a secret up here. Uh-oh. It's okay, it's because I have God mode enabled. That was the perfect music to play while jumping. We should put a secret up here. It would truly be a secret. Now, let's fix one other thing. So, fixed the bad collision. All good. Everything's good. But this lift has the same problem for some reason as the other place. Yep. I don't see the timer and I don't see the function. So browse, generic button, is player near button, paste the function. Yes, I know I could have used a generic button that is used across all of the different buttons. I know. Trust me. I know. So we'll set the widget's visibility to off by default. And there we go. That fixes that issue as well. Is that on the list? It's not on the list. He beats that ass. Have I made a generic button to reuse? I have, but we also have other buttons as well. So we have a generic button, but I do end up doing other stupid shit throughout here as well. Not the best things. Yeah, this actor also has a child actor. Literally the biggest sin you can commit in Unreal Engine. One day they're gonna delete the child actor, and you won't ever be able to use it again. And for good reason. For good reason. Okay, fix that. Is that on the list? It's not on the list, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be on the list. It's gonna be a glorious day when they kill that child actor component in correction. Would be a shame if someone screenshotted that out of context without the second message afterwards. Enemies at the gate don't attack the player for some reason. I think that's fixed now. Let's test it. Too late, already posted. Posted on LinkedIn, posted everywhere. This is how I run in real life. I'm a fast guy. What can I say? I got big legs. Well, I got long legs. Okie dokie. My camera's not in the right direction. That's okay. So if I hold this button, are the enemies going to finally go in for the attack? I'm seeing 1,200. Which is concerning. Why am I seeing 1,200 units when there's no enemies in my nearby vicinity? Is it because maybe I cheated to get here? Maybe that's why. I used a cheat system. It's still 1,200. I think it just bugged out because I like ghost ran through everything. I think that's what happened. Or let's check our player character actually. There's a bunch of null references. What? Yep. We need to clear this. Maybe we should call it every begin overlap. We clear it. That might not be a good enough fix. This does get called sometimes. We could clear it here. Can you check if an actor has any null references? Just from an array of actor object? Is there like a... Is there a thing to remove null references from an array? A very easy way? What would be an easy way to remove... I guess, can we do remove item and then we just don't give it an input? Watch it error out. It's gonna be like, I need something. Oh. All right. I can't be for certain if that's gonna work, but... That works a lot better. That worked a little bit better, right? I feel like that worked a little bit better. I'll mark it as complete. Goodbye. See you later. We're thinning down the list. I don't know if we're going to do these two enemies, so let's go ahead and set them as gray. I don't know if I'm going to do this task. No collision on the tanks outside of the bomb site on Rush B. That's an easy one to fix. We can fix that right now. Let's go ahead. That would be in Rush B. I don't know how people find these things, but I'm glad they do. It's these. Supposedly these do not have collision. And they've been marked to have no collision. Why? I don't really know. Anything else related to this level? Why did those have no collision? Oh, because I copied it off of that one, and there's some random blocking volume box in the middle of nowhere. Nice. Good. All right, well, we fixed that. Is there any other places I need to know about? Or I'm doing something a little stupid? Okay. First hour gameplay, you would think I'm mentally ill. I was jumping off everything to get out of bounds and shit. Hey, I'm all for it. It's great. Well, not you being ill, but I mean, like, as in, you know, you trying to break the game. That's what I'm. Anyways. This does need some better third-person view stuff, but oh well. I don't care enough. Listen, I got things to do, okay? Reminds me of the time I was playing Overwatch on Xbox and I had a glitch that wall turned into a grid. I had a warning flashing in the middle of the screen. The wall had no collision for the enemy team on me. Had no collision for the... Oh, are you talking about the spawn room? The spawn room has the whole game? Never experienced that before. Well, that's something. Player keeps a C4 when advancing into the final area of the cathedral. Don't I have a system to wipe items when they advance somewhere? I don't remember if we do. Let's see. I swear we had a system to remove all items when you advance. Transition to location. What the? It's a lot of breakpoints. What was I trying to figure out here? Wiping items. We have a remove item from inventory. One of my GPUs died while I was in Counter-Strike, so the walls turned into Matrix for a while until it slowly died. That sounds like my 1080. I think you guys were seeing some of the artifacts too on the stream. I'm pretty sure you guys, for the people that were there during that time, I'm pretty sure the artifacts were showing up on stream too. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, I gotta say. Very stressful. I will say very stressful. I was there, but I don't remember the artifacts. I swear they popped up on stream, unless my OBS was just tricking me. It's a lot of code. A lot of stuff going on there. Wow. That's really ugly. Well, what can you do? All right. Who cares? Moving on. Wipe inventory. Yes, sir. Now I gotta test this level. Damn it. I guess it's a good thing I test the level because I haven't tested this level yet. Stupid driver update I had to do to play the new Doom? Nah, you never update your drivers. Even if a game tells you to. Oh, I forgot to go God mode. Wait, what's going on? I missed a bunch of chat messages. I'm playing an indie game called Rain World. Brother, what is this, 2016? I'm missing on purpose. I'm like that. I'm like those YouTube ads of like a mobile game where they play like really poorly and it makes you want to play the game. That's what I'm doing. It's marketing. Oh damn, I like walked through that and it... Uh-oh. Oh, time to put that on the list. All right. Do you just see it when standing? Yep. What even made this whole level have destruction on the walls? There's a bunch of destruction. Okay, that seeing that ceiling, really annoying. Why did that guy get hurt? Do you guys see that? He randomly got knocked back by something. Really glad to see the AI has been improved. The collisions are a bit fucky here. Yeah, like, see, like we got a bunch of breakable walls here and whatnot. Why is the attack indicator still popping up? Oh, shit. Hello. Alright, whatever. So, what we need to test is... Dude, all of this work just to test one thing. Why are those guys patrolling the little plot of roof? I don't know. Listen, those are not the type of question you ask in this game. I can see the top of roof and... Can see top of roof on second floor and underground. So the trick is we need to keep the C4 with us. Let me pick up a second C4 just to make sure that it's properly wiping everything. Where the hell? Oh, here it is. This one I have to use. You use both of them? I can't... Give item. CE, give item. Ah, damn it. I can't even test the thing that I wanted to test because there's another bug where you just delete all of items. Well, luckily I have the checkpoint, so we can test it from there. We will have to fix these ceilings though. That's pretty bad. Okay, so C4 wall deletes all instances of C4. Wait, why? We just clicked on it once, unless maybe I clicked on it twice? Oh, maybe I did click on it twice. Thoughts about adding shouldering fire after the explosion? What is shouldering fire? I'm not sure what that is. Smoldering fire. Oh, like fire that gets scattered around. I think I did remove both of the C4s. I must have clicked the button twice. Because this is what we should be doing. Maybe, y'all, maybe. It would be a detail thing, but maybe. Alright, well that fixes that issue. Let me just double check that I actually set this to wipe inventory. Okay. Let's go to the main menu and let's hit the continue button. Ah! Jump scare. Are there any C4 behind me that I can go pick up? Yes. Watch this. Here's how I see it. Game is all about problem solving. Experienced devs most likely have solved the problems we're facing when making games by our own. Here's what game dev is really all about. It's you making the thing, and then you making 10% of it is you making the thing. The other 90% of it is you making sure that there's no edge cases. And then coding specific bool branches and shit just to make sure no edge cases happen. That's truly what it is. All right, now we can't double add the C4. Good to go. Now when I enter the thing, it should delete the C4. There we go. Oh shit. Can see back of wall in cathedral main hall, boss fight room. It's literally a bunch of shit to stop the player from doing something stupid. Yeah. Many experienced devs don't remember anything they've solved in the past because they don't sleep and they only do work on 1% of the larger problem. Many experienced devs like myself require water. That is a fact. Speaking of which, I'll be right back. Man, are you really for real? Push-ups? Jesus. Oh, God. Can you add a redemption to make you work 5 minutes on an Anthem clone? Listen, man, it's gonna take me 5 minutes just to open the fucking thing. It's It'll take me 5 minutes just to open the damn thing. Did you stream your whole road to make this game, or did you make a basic thing and then started streaming it? I've streamed my entire game dev career. For the past 10 years, I've streamed. Now, obviously, you know, there's some parts that I didn't stream, like working on trailers and stuff like that, but yeah, we basically, I think, streamed most of the process of working on this. How long to get the game to this point with how many people? It's been 4 years. In terms of total people that have worked on it or have put a little bit of effort or whatnot, I don't know. 8 or 9? Are we counting localization companies? If so, I don't know, 14, 15? So TLDR, I found out that New World, the game engine that uses Lumberyard, I think you did that backwards. New World, the game that uses Lumberyard, the game engine, takes 2 to 4 hours to open every day for the devs because of how poorly set up it is. That sounds about right. Oh, full-time people? I don't think any of the other devs were necessarily full-time. It's just me that was basically full-time. The other devs are mostly just part-time. So there was some contractors that we had recently doing environment art, a little bit of level design, but mostly environment art. We have Tallow, who handles the music. He's handled all the music, but he's part-time still as well. And yeah, kind of on and off. I think for the first year when we released the game, I was able to do full-time because I think at that point I got the Unreal Mega Grant. Unrightfully so, because technically the Mega Grant was meant for Ronan. And yet, here I am. Okay. Let's fix those issues. Pretty easy fixes, I think. So for this one, well, for one, I'd like to give it a different material. Let's do concrete ceiling. Okay, not pretty, but at least it gives it a color. I would assume the collision here is fine. This has bad collision though. And this has bad collision. I can't edit all of them. Some of them are a blockout box. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Is this a joke? This is one big joke! Ceiling. Ceiling does not have block camera, which is why we were able to look through the ceiling in third person. Okay, it would appear the level does not load in, but the ceiling does. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, how about this one? Nope. Okay, how about this? All right. There we go, much better. Albeit it is one, oh, goodness. Oh God, cream color. Oh, it's all using blockout boxes. That's not very pretty. That's kind of ugly, actually. I would say that's really Really shit. Well, here we go. Oh, nope, not that. Not the God Ray. Nope, no, don't select whatever that was. Select this. Thank you. Oh. There's a black... I didn't notice that. Black blockout box. I don't know why this is a two-sided wall, because I think that just makes... Oh, actually, and... Hold on. Is that ceiling? Yep. We should rebuild the lighting in here. This is awful. This is horrendous. Make this gold. Yeah, brass? Oh, ew. Brass 2? Sure, why not? I know collaborating on a game to make it happen is extremely hard due to conflicts between game ideas, schedule, and whatnot, but have you considered collaborating with someone or a small team for you? I do collaborate with some people, and, you know, I have done that. I have done that for sure. I think ultimately, though, I think the problem is I like to collaborate with other people that are not programmers. I like to do a lot of the programming myself because I have an ego. No, it's just because I don't trust other people to touch my code or to touch any code pertaining to my projects. But I do collaborate with other people for sure. And I'm not concerned about ideas and conflicting things because most of the time it's usually I'm like directing it and whatnot. So it's like, hey, I usually like, it's not really collaboration. It's more like, hey, I'll pay you to do work for me, I guess. Am I specialized in programming? Not really. I think it just accidentally became one of my primary disciplines. Yeah. It's always fascinating seeing devs work as a dream of mine to game dev, but the programming aspect of it seems so intimidating. At first, it was intimidating for me as well. I don't even know how I got to this point. I think it's one of those things you kind of just throw yourself into. Like in the case of Unreal, the blueprints makes it a lot more approachable to do stuff. So I would say just try it out. What's the worst that could happen? It bites you? Nah, it's not gonna bite you. It's not gonna, you know, try it out, see what happens. If you don't enjoy it, then, you know, it's a different story, right? If you don't enjoy it all, then obviously it's a little bit of a different story. Do you have any ideas on release dates for this game? Hopefully within the next week or two. That would be nice. I am waiting on, I just sent off the spreadsheet for the localizations, and I'm just waiting on the localization people to get that done. That could take like a couple weeks plus. So it really is kind of like a little bit of a waiting game now. Admittedly, I should have done this before, but you know, here we are. Someone else touches the code and changes that one thing that you know about, unless there's tons of comments on it, telling about anything you need to know. That, and also a programmer might have, if they were to asking me to join my team. I think one thing, if I were to let a programmer join my team or collaborate, or I paid a programmer, I would legit ask them, what does your code look like? Because that would tell me everything I need to know, is what their code looks like. If they use blueprints, show me the blueprints. Let me see those fucking blueprints. It'll tell me very quickly if I would want to work with someone or not. You ever fear the Mounties are going to break your door down? Why would they break my door down? What? But why would they do that? What would be the reasoning behind doing that? I mentioned the Mounties when you were talking about your grant. Oh, like they break my door down because I didn't release Ronin or work on it with that mega grant. Do. I think the ceiling is big enough that It'll bounce bad. Been a while since I heard the Hades soundtrack. You guys remember when I would play the Hades soundtrack literally every stream? I remember. Ah, those were the days. Okay, let's see if jumping through this is a bit... Let's see if jumping through this is... Let's see if jumping through this is a bit easier. Ah, well, whatever, close enough. The Black Flag OST? I don't remember playing the Black Flag OST all that much. Or maybe I did, without me knowing. I might have. Okay, last thing we need to add in. First off, let's change these back to Blueprint before I forget. And I break the entire game. Can't forget Christmas music. Ah, dude, I can't wait. 7 months, guys. 7 months. Or 6, because I used to play it during November. Yep! Yep! Gizmos fucking sucks balls. Okay. Rotate it a bit more. Okay, rotate it a bit more. A little bit higher. A little bit higher. All right, we're good. Oh yeah, right. Tags, 3pp visible. So then that way when we're in top down, becomes hidden. Close enough. You can't do code reviews on Blueprint. That's where we do use C++. You can do code reviews with C++. Maybe not with, you can't really diff it and like Git, but you can still review the code. You just require the person to. They can. You just have to look in the engine. It would be a bit of a different review process, but you could definitely do code reviews with Blueprint. Like in the case of Unreal, I guess each person could potentially have their own branch. But honestly, I think it'd be enough to just be like, okay, someone does a submit. Okay, we're gonna do like a code review just to see if this person's doing a good job. Okay, look at their code. Okay. Not as traditional as like, probably like a proper code review. Hey, is this Unreal 5.6? No, it's Unreal 6, actually, as a matter of fact. The up-and-coming Unreal Engine 6. Yep. They did it. It's insane. They went all out with this one. No, it's UE4, actually. No, it's UE. Wait, hole in the roof? Where? What hole in the roof? Oh, shit! No, it's just a UE4. We're using that old grandpa shit. Yep. Goodbye, hole. It was nice knowing you. Is what I would say. Alright, now we gotta rebuild the lighting. Yay, great. Hey, peace out, meow. Have a good one. Why does it look so nice? I use a UI add-on called Darker Nodes that makes it. Oh, wait. That makes it not look like absolute garbage. Oh, we put a layer on top. Interesting, very interesting. Alright, build the lighting. Weird. You hear that the Trepang 2 devs posted an update video? Where's the video? Let's take a look. Trepang 2. What is their YouTube channel? I'm searching up Trepang 2 and I can't find dev update. I see it. It's them in a Discord call talking about stuff. All right. I'm not gonna watch that on stream. Am I French? No, I'm Swiss. There's a difference. There's a little bit of a difference. Thankfully, he's not. He's Canadian. I don't know if that's much better. Hey! Okay, come on. All right. What are you motherfuckers? Jeez. UE4 is the latest good engine they had with decent speed. No need for a beefy PC. UE 5.6 seems to be pretty good. Well, we'll see once it comes out. Officially. I honestly think if you disable all the shit like DX12 and all that and use DX11 and whatnot, I feel like UE5 is probably okay. It's just the UX issues that you have to deal with. The weird little quirks. Wait, hold on. Let's put some gameplay on the screen. It's because you don't know the beef between French people and Quebec people, you would mention that? is the beef that Quebecois absolutely butchers the French language? Is that what? So the beef? Did you hear about Road to Vostok? I've heard of it, yeah. Single dev first, making game in Unity, and then switching to Godot after the things happened in Unity. I'm curious to hear what his final thoughts are once he releases his game about Godot. Curious to hear what kind of edits he made to the code, to the engine code, and kind of did his own stuff. Curious to see how that's going to go down. Do I work as a programmer for the contract job I do? I guess. I kind of a little bit of everything, but yeah, mostly programmer, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really tell people that I speak French anymore because I don't know, I don't feel like I do anymore. C'est compliqué. I don't really yeah. It's not very as I say it's shit. My French is shit. What does this place look like? Good. Well, with a couple caveats. Oh, no, it look good. All right. All right. We build a ladder. We're looking good. All right, put that there. Put that there. It's missing skybox. Bullet go through the ceiling. Okay, so I think the bullets should no longer go through the ceiling. Okay, they still go through the ceiling. Okay, hold on. We shall fix this. This is not a problem. All right. Hi guys, anybody know how Ultra Dynamic Sky works? I would check the forums. Or the... Don't they have a Discord? Did I miss anything or did XQC come along? Listen, even if XQC came along, no one would understand what he's saying, okay? Even if he came through, no one would know. You merge actions into one button sucks. You drop, pick up, switch, and use with the X button. Ugh. Yuck. Ugh. Even when he speaks French, I don't understand. Because it's not French. It's Quebecois. The cathedral is done. Get them out of here. I don't know if anybody would be able to answer, but if you got a question, go for it. I'm Quebecois. There's different levels of Quebecois. Different levels of Quebecois. Someone call the damage control department. It's better than I remember, dude. I remember when I was in French class in like middle school. At least French was better in Montreal than it was trying to go through French class here in like a less French speaking area. That was awful because the teachers literally every single time was like, "David, can you fucking can you read this out?" I'm like, "Why me?" It's because I read it better. It's like, no, make someone else suffer. I had to read the damn things every single time. It was awful. I hated it. At least in Montreal, other people were able to read things a little bit more. I only knew the hype version of all the beef. I actually wanted to go to Quebec's F1 race one of these days. I would love to visit What's that place called in France? That's like not France, but it's like expensive France, and they do the F1 races there. It's like France, but not France, because it's apparently its own country. Supposedly. What's that place called? It's France, but not France. Monaco. Yeah, that'd be cool to visit. I don't really have that much money though, and I'm a game dev, so like every penny counts. It's not like being like an owner of like a Amazon style company where it's like the money is just doesn't make sense. It's like monopoly money. Unless somehow one of my game explodes, but even then, still not monopoly money. All right, where the hell am I? Monaco is boring. I'd go there just during like the F1 race, just to kind of see it, and then probably leave, and then just go across back to the French border, so then everything's cheaper. Everything's expensive here. Let me just go back. Let me just step out 30 minutes, and there we go. Hey, everything's back to a regular human price. Is it 6th of April again? Listen, it's as 6th of April as it gets, and it's pretty damn 6th of April. It's like look at this list. Look at how much is completed. If you go during F1, I guess it's cool. I think the problem with going during F1 is it becomes a touristy spot, and I'm going to be honest, I really hate touristy spots. I actually just don't like tourists from anywhere from the world. They have like because we get quite a few tourists here in Toronto from time to time. They have like an aura. They have an aura to them. You know what I mean? It just becomes so, and some people are extremely, I don't know what it is. Some people, when they travel, for some reason, they just become a whole different person, and they just become so disrespectful. Maybe that's them at home too, but like they become so disrespectful. Do you mean they stink? No, they don't stink. That's not what I mean by aura, like a literal aura. I mean, they just have like a fucking camera and everything. Every time, man. They block up the sidewalk. It's annoying. Can you see I'm walking here? No, it's not even. It's not a positive aura. It's a negative aura. Okay, it's not positive. They have a presence that reeks figuratively of a tourist. Yes, yeah, exactly. I just don't like touristy spots. Like if I were to visit France, I would probably just want to go to like the non-touristy places. Definitely not Paris. What am I trying to do? Get shot? Shanked? Lose my wallet? Or worse, lose my phone. That would suck. They become Karens? I wouldn't say they become Karens. Not really Karens. Well, maybe some of them do. I don't know. I'm French. Yeah, don't go to Paris. whenever I think of Paris, I think it was Paris. There's this one YouTube video I saw where it's a guy trying a bunch of different croissants. But while he was in France trying a bunch of croissants, there was a bunch of like protests going on. So he's just eating a croissant in the middle of a protest. It's absolute chaos. I'm sure some of you probably have seen the video, but it's so funny, man. Oh, man. So funny. The gun slide does not reset upon execution. A croissant isn't French? Whatever. Who cares? A croissant. I've seen French people at a restaurant while cars are being burnt on the other side of the street. That's just another Friday. It's just another Friday. Where the fuck I am. Okay. Enemies get aggroed in the next area when the container fight zone on shipyard. Oh yeah, and ketchup isn't a tomato. Well, it's not. As a matter of fact. Where am I? Do I care about this issue this much? I'm second guessing myself. Do I really care this much that we go and you know what? As a matter of fact, I don't care about this task that much. You know what? I don't care. All right. This we already fixed. Guys, we're looking pretty good, honestly. I think the next biggest thing we need to work on is nerfing the Toronto boss fight a bit. And honestly, oh, and the pop-up at the beginning of the game for fast startup players to see if they want to play third person or top down. Yeah, how'd you get that UI theme for UE? It's UE4, and it's an add-on called Darker Nodes on Fab. Darker Nodes. Spot it. UE4 still? Yeah. When we released this game, I think UE5 was in very early stages. I think. Or maybe UE5 wasn't even released when we released this game. I don't remember. But either way, the game has been in early access in UE4, and I just don't want to risk putting it to UE5 and potentially breaking the game. So, next game will work in UE5. Hopefully UE5.6. I thought it was UE5. Realistically, this is actually Unity, but skinned as Unreal Engine, because some people actually think this game looks like Unity. So, this is actually a Unity game, as a matter of fact. How did you like The Man of Toronto with Kevin Hart? I don't think I've seen that movie. Is that the one where it's like the guy's an assassin or whatever from Toronto? Actually, maybe I did see that movie. I don't remember. Or it's the most stable version until now. UE 5.6. It does seem to be, based on what people are saying, it seems to be a lot more performant. So, that sounds good to me. What up, Snow Penguin? I'm actually going to be hopping out. Is this the water plugin built in Unreal? No. This is just a flat plane. One big flat plane with a shader. That's about it. Thoughts on making a successful game like Schedule 1? How am I supposed to make a game and then assume that it's going to be successful? Right? This is going to be a $500 million game. It's in the design. I don't know. How would I do that? I don't know. Are you asking me if I should recreate a drug game? There's so many drug simulator games that now put the word schedule in their title. It's awful. I literally saw one called Drug Schedule. I'm like, what the fuck is this? There was one literally called, I think, Drug Simulator Schedule. It looks so uninspired. Anyways. Or no, Drug Dealer Schedule. I think that's what it was called. Drug dealer schedule. Yep. The guy's schedule one made millions of dollars. Lots of clones will pop up. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow. With tomorrow being Thursday, even though I thought it was Thursday today. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy. More work done tomorrow, but we did a good amount of work today, I think. I suppose. A couple more things we can improve, but yeah. Should I start deleting these bugs? I don't really care about keeping track of this. I'm going to be honest. For the patch notes, I don't really care too much about bug notes, bug fixes. I'll just put it under here. All right. Okay, look at this. This is our list now. It's a small list. There we go. There. Best of both worlds. We clean up this area and yeah. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. I'm gonna figure out some food. Yeah. Hope you saw Andor and enjoyed it. It was great. It was good. The beginning was a bit rough, but the ending was pretty damn good. All right. Anyways, talk more tomorrow. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.